We'll be live in just a second on YouTube. And we're live.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have my gavel. I'm calling the February 4th, 2021 public hearing of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to order. And it's 10:08 a.m. I'm Joe Gresco, the House Chair. Thank you for navigating onto our Zoom link. As you know, this committee interviews nominees on their way to public service. It's a check and balance and a vetting process. Nominees are allowed an introductory statement and then following questions by members as well. So far, our clerk has let us know that there was no public testimony submitted. So we will move forward after our members have a chance to ask questions. Our agenda has three new nominees for the State Board of Education, nominated by Governor Lamont. So congratulations to all three of you on that nomination. Our first individual on the agenda is Woody Exley of West Hartford. Mr. Exley, thank you for being with us this morning. And if you would please have your camera on and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. It's customary that when we begin these interviews, we allow the nominee to make an introductory statement. And as I said, after those remarks, we open it up for questions. So, Mr. Exley, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. I'm Woody Exley, and I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to be a member of the State Board of Education. I'm grateful for the opportunity to meet with the committee, and I'm happy to talk about my commitment to serving the students and teachers and all the people of Connecticut. If I'm confirmed, my immediate priorities as a member of the State Board of Education include finding a new commissioner of education who is as capable, inspiring, and visionary as Dr. Miguel Cardona, continuing the safe reopening of our schools, remediating the learning loss from the pandemic, increasing the diversity of our teachers and educational leaders, reducing racial, ethnic, and economic isolation among students, ensuring equitable financing of school districts. It's not in my written statement, but I'd like to see property tax reform, addressing the learning gap among our students, ensuring equal educational opportunity for all students, emphasizing the cultivation of students' social and emotional skills, ensuring that school is a place where students want to be. For example, with students of color amounting to almost half of our students, I supported the introduction of an elective in Black and Latino history, which of course is good for all students. My community activities indicate my interests and priorities. 25 years ago, I established the Alma Exley Scholarship Program in cooperation with the Community Foundation of Greater New Britain. Our program provides support and recognition to college students of color who are preparing for careers in education. This was the first private initiative in Connecticut dedicated to encouraging diversity in the teacher workforce. And I'm glad that this is a high priority for the State Board of Education and the General Assembly. Our recipients are having a major impact in Connecticut and across the nation. Many have risen into leadership positions, including Dr. Miguel Cardona, President Biden's nominee for U.S. Secretary of Education, and also another recipient, Desi Naismith, who is Deputy Commissioner of Education. Many years ago, I served as chair of the Enfield Human Relations Commission, which works to foster mutual understanding and respect among all members of the community. After moving to West Hartford, I served on the board of Democracy Works, which promoted greater participation in the democratic process. We pioneered in backing measures such as election day registration and voting rights for formerly or incarcerated individuals. I served for several years as a hospice volunteer, visiting terminally ill patients while relieving family members. This was one of the experiences that led to my interest in end-of-life issues. I served on the board of Community Partners in Action, which advocates for criminal justice reform and works to reduce recidivism. As a volunteer before joining the board, I led a CPA-sponsored effort to inform criminal justice organizations of the voting rights of individuals convicted of felonies. When living in Bloomfield, I served on the board of the Bloomfield Education Foundation, which raised funds for educational enrichment programs. For the past 5 years, I've taught English to immigrants at Literacy Volunteers of Greater Hartford. This, along with my own study of foreign languages, has given me an appreciation for the challenges facing English learners. I grew up in Philadelphia, and I came to Connecticut in 1968 to work for the Hartford Times, which closed in 1976. I worked in corporate communications at Connecticut General, now Cigna, and at United Technologies, now Raytheon. I also worked in the UTC's International Business Unit. Along the way, I earned a Master of Arts in Liberal Studies from Wesleyan University. 32 years ago, I established my own business, Exec Communications, LLC. I provided editorial services for major companies in Connecticut and beyond, including writing speeches for senior executives. I'm grateful for being chosen as a candidate to serve on the Board of Education, and I'm excited about the opportunity to have an impact, and I hope you'll approve my nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Exley. I'm going to open it up for a couple of questions right out of the gate here. Once you're confirmed, what will you be looking for in that nominee for Education Commissioner that you make to Governor Lamont? I know we have a high bar to follow with Commissioner Cardona, but what are you going to be looking for?
Yeah, we definitely do have a high bar, but I'd be looking for somebody who is interested in the education of all students, who's interested in equity and equal opportunity for all students, and who can inspire the people within the Department of Education to work on behalf of all students.
Thank you. And then my last question, my second question is, in your opinion, what is your opinion, I should say, of the state saying to municipalities, you have to include Holocaust, you have to include African-American, Latino studies. There's even a push for climate change studies in the individual curriculums, but then they want to maintain local control. How do you view that going forward?
Yeah, and I saw even that Senator Saud Anwar is introducing a bill to promote Asian and Pacific Island studies. I think those are good initiatives, and I think that they're done in cooperation with local education agencies and initiatives that they would like to do. So I think it should be a collaborative effort. But I think the state board does have responsibility for providing leadership.
Thank you. That's in the interest of time. I'm going to see if my esteemed co-chair, Senator Duff, has any questions for you. Senator?
Great. Good morning. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Woody. Congratulations on your nomination for the State Board of Education. It is obviously an important role for sure. And one of which I think that, this General Assembly takes very seriously. So we're glad to have your testimony and glad to hear some of your comments with regard to how you, some of the goals you have for going forward. I would want to ask you a couple things. One is with regard to opening up our schools again and in making sure that teachers feel safe, students feel safe. What role do you think the State Board of Education plays in that aspect of opening up schools and ensuring that teachers and students feel safe?
Well, I think that the board has encouraged the schools to open safely. And I think there's a consensus that the students are safer in school than outside of school.
Yep.
So I think that we just have to provide the guidance, and hopefully that the federal government will provide the funds necessary to support the safe opening of the schools. Mm-hmm. And I just think we can serve to get the word out that it is that the schools are safe.
Okay, great. And I do think that the State Board of Ed has, policy, I would assume want to have policy objectives around that, because we know that there have been gaps between certain districts in the state, urban and suburban and rural districts, with students in the way they have been able to keep up with their schoolwork this year. And, we're very, obviously very happy that in Connecticut, we're the first state in the nation where children had the ability to have the laptops, and also we've done pretty well with internet access, but we know that has not been really equalized across the board. And do you see yourself playing a role in that in the State Board of Education as well?
Yeah, I think, and in particular with the fact that, as you said, that we have been able to provide access to all the students, but it's still a concern about absenteeism with many students not participating. So we should be encouraging the local districts to make sure that the attendance is there, and not we're not losing losing attendance. Yeah.
Right. Well, I would just argue that should you be confirmed that working with the new commissioner, whoever it is, and as a member of the State Board of Education, that from a statewide perspective, as will be done in the legislature with the Education Committee, that the board look at the gaps from over the last year with COVID, especially as it relates to some of our poorer students, those English as a second language, those who don't have the ability to be able to connect properly, and those who may even sunk further back because some districts don't have the same tools as other districts do. What could be done to either catch them up, or what could be done in order to realign so that we understand and work towards an education system that is equal for all of our children. And I think that that's going to be a very important thing for members of the Board of Education to tackle over the next several years.
Yeah, one thing perhaps to enable students to catch up, maybe the district should be looking at summer school to help with the learning loss.
Yeah, well, you know, everything costs money, and we understand that. I do think that from a policy perspective, it's going to be important for the Board of Education, State Board of Education, to provide direction to local boards and ideas, and then also provide some ideas to the legislature as well. So I would just ask and urge that members of the board take a active approach in helping us in the state ensure that our children have those opportunities that and reclaim those opportunities that might have been lost over the last year, and also help us to fix those the cracks in the system that have long been there that have been more exposed during this pandemic. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. In the meantime, if any other members have any questions, please use the raise hand feature, the Zoom feature, to raise your hand. But in the interim, we are now going to go to our House ranking member, Representative Kennedy. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Exley. You provided very detailed information for us, and more than anything, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve on the State Board of Education. I'm sure it's going to require a lot of time, but I do thank you for that. Just going along the lines of some of the questions that the good senator asked. One being some of the courses being offered, the Asian studies, African American studies, climate change was mentioned. What I hear a lot times is that these end up being unfunded mandates to the districts. Can you address that for me, please?
Yeah, I'm sympathetic with the that concept of unfunded mandates. But I think that those courses are important, and I think that educators throughout should support those.
Thank you, sir. And I absolutely agree with you. They are very important subjects. Right at this time now, I know the local municipalities are putting together their budgets. So it's always, and then we do our legislature at the same time. So the budget's sometimes already in place. So it's always a concern how the municipalities are going to find the fiscal dollars. You had mentioned in your testimony property tax reform. Can you just tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, well, I learned recently that Michigan in 1994 changed their property tax situation, and the state took over the property tax away from the municipalities, and it actually reduced the revenues that came in from the property tax. So to make up the difference, they increased the sales tax from 4% to 6%, with the additional 2% going for education. And the result was that there was a big gap between the wealthier districts and the poorer districts. And what it did was it closed the gap in spending between the lower spending districts and the higher spending districts. So I want to find out more about that from Michigan, and because I think the property tax reform is really something that needs to be done to provide more equal education throughout the state.
Thank you, Mr. Exley, for the explanation. And I agree with you. Providing every child with every opportunity to be successful is most important. And I thank you for your questions. I thank you for your answers and for the very detailed information you provided with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Next, we'll go to our Vice Chair, Representative Quinn. Sir, the floor is yours.
Oh, can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm getting good at doing that. As I was saying, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning again, Mr. Exley, and thank you for your willingness to serve in this important role with the state. I'm a graduate of the Lyman Hall High School Vocational Agriculture Program, and my grandfather went to Wilcox Tech in Meriden, and my niece currently goes to Wilcox Tech in Meriden. Do you have any positions on expanding both the agri-science and technical schools, either at the existing schools or through additional programs through our other public high schools, to give students who are not necessarily on a college track more career-based opportunities for the 4 years that they're in high school?
Did we lose him?
He's there. I think he's having audio trouble.
Yeah.
Okay,
It looks as if he-
I lost you there.
There you go.
I don't know if it was me or you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Representative Quinn froze up on me. I don't know if it's my problem or yours.
All right. I'll just briefly repeat it. Basically, what I was getting at was your position on either expanding the vocational technical and agri-science schools to allow for more students to participate, or to expand opportunities in the regular public high schools for students to get career paths who may not be on the college path.
Yes, I think that's so important to have more vocational and technical training. I think that's especially important. So I'm not really sure, I'm not aware how much vocational and technical training there is in the regular high schools, but I think that's very necessary.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Representative Yacarino. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for stepping up to want to serve on the State Board of Education. I'd like to follow up on the good majority leader's questions about during the pandemic in the school systems, we always like to have local control, but it seems so disjointed from district to district as far as education, in-person learning, virtual learning. What could you foresee in the future to either have a better coordinated effort for our school systems, which are vitally important, obviously, for all of us? What's your vision, or what would you do differently?
Well, I don't know. The state needs to provide the leadership. As you say, we like local control. But I guess it's a balancing act between the state providing guidance and leadership and still maintaining local control. I would think, regionalization has been talked about ever since I came to Connecticut in 1968, and it never seems to make any progress. I think that regionalization can be a positive thing in that regard.
It's I think all of our eyes were open with the pandemic, because in this situation you see how many schools do things differently, but at the end of the day we all want our kids to be educated, either urban, rural, suburbs, and in this case, currently we could have superintendents, we could share superintendents, and no town wants to do that. They don't want to share one superintendent for two towns. They just don't want to that's one thing. But as far as protocol, I would hope going forward, and I wish, it's unfortunate we lost our Commissioner Cardone. I think he would have been terrific and was terrific in the short time he was at our Commissioner Board of Ed, the Commissioner of Education. But we need to have a complex and a balance for students, for educators. So I would hope you going forward are going to look at that with your fellow members. Can't speak this one.
Well, yeah, yes, I'll definitely, that's good to hear that, and we'll definitely pursue that.
And as far as the property tax, you mentioned Michigan.
Yes.
Now, most cities, large cities, get quite a bit of federal dollars. So would you envision if you wanted to equalize that, all that money would go to the state, not to the cities? Because they do get a share of federal dollars that small towns don't receive.
Well, but the cities that have so much non-taxable property that I
That's not
know,
where they're getting the money. It's going directly to education.
yeah.
It's a complex issue. That's my point. It's easy to say that, but it's not that easy to actually implement.
Well, it just seems so unfair that there's so much dichotomy between poor districts, places like Hartford that has so much
Right.
public property that's not taxed. And so it just seems so unfair that we should be looking at a way to provide more equalization.
Yeah, obviously dollars are vitally important. You never want to give a shortfall to education or educating our young children and our young adults. But the point of it is it sounds good on paper. It's just very hard to implement. And it is unfortunate when you have Hartford and like I live in North Haven or New Haven. The good thing about New Haven, they do lose some state dollars, but they gain so much from Yale University. So it's a balance. But Hartford obviously has a tougher balance. But as far as the VOAGs and VOTECs, I think they're vitally important. And I think all too often people discard that. And that's one of the best forms of education. Just look at Lyman Hall in Wallingford, like good Representative Quinn had mentioned. They give such a well-rounded education where 99 or 98% of their students go on to get a job right after school and start college, either a 2-year college or earn to biology or nursing program or some sort of skill. It's not just farming and construction. It's other skill sets. And I think we really need to look as the State Board of Education, how we educate our children. I always mention the German model. It's a small country, obviously, but their students are ready to go to college right out of high school.
Right.
Because they're getting that training starting which equivalent to our 8th grade, through 8th grade, 9th grade, all the way through their senior. And I think we've lost, I don't think it's that complicated, but we've made it much more complicated. We just have to look at the VOAGs and the VOTECs. They do a tremendous job. And I would hope that people realize that. I think Representative Quinn made a valid point. They're vitally important to our education system.
Yeah, we just saw a report on the vocational agriculture programs where they did a survey of students several years after they had graduated from high school. And it was tremendous. The jobs that they went into were varied and very, very productive, very good. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, you guys can coalesce around that and start making some positive changes.
Yeah, it's very, very important.
Well, thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Representative Yacarino. Any other members have any questions for Mr. Exley? Any other members have any questions? And seeing that there was no public testimonies submitted and there are no further questions, I'd like to congratulate you, Mr. Exley, on your appointment as a member of the State Board of Education. But before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, nothing at all.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you very much. And with that being said, we are going to move on to our second candidate and our second nominee on the
Thank you
public.
very much for listening to me today.
No problem at all, sir.
Okay.
Our second nominee on the agenda to be a member of the State Board of Education is Martha Baluch Prue. And Martha, thank you for being here with us today and for, as I said, navigating our Zoom link. We have to, first of all, have you get on camera there. Yeah, you are. Raise your right hand, please. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good to hear. It's customary that when we begin these interviews, we allow the nominee to make an introductory statement, and then we'll open it up to questions after that. But ma'am, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Gresco, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Martha Prue, and I am honored to be nominated by Governor Lamont to be a member of the State Board of Education. I am nominated to fill a position on the board that is required to have manufacturing experience. I have spent the last 11 years of my career working in manufacturing at Phoenix Manufacturing in Enfield, where I am the Director of Administration and Compliance. Prior to coming home to Connecticut, I worked for the Office of Manufacturing and Services at the U.S. Department of Commerce in Washington, D.C. Phoenix Manufacturing produces complex machine components for the aerospace industry. We are a family-owned and operated business. The CEO is my mother, Christina Pollock, and my brother Peter and I are in place as the next generation of ownership. So you can say I've been in manufacturing my whole life. In addition to my daily responsibilities, I have also worked on recruitment and workforce development projects within our company and our state. As a company, we have been working with local community colleges and technical and comprehensive high schools to bring in new apprentices and new hires. Prior to the pandemic, we started working with Enfield High School to bring in students on tours and get them interested in manufacturing and technology. In our sector of advanced manufacturing, the technical schools and community colleges are pumping out graduates, but those graduates still need more training when they reach our doors. We see apprenticeship as a critical tool to bridging the skills gap between recent graduates and our hiring needs. We are also heavily involved in the CMC, Connecticut Manufacturers Collaborative, and the ACM, the Aerospace Components Manufacturer. This legislative body and the Lamont administration have been great partners in supporting manufacturing and workforce development. There are so many pockets of excellence around our state, ranging from individual school and district programs to employers programs and great collaborations in between, including the work of the Governor's Workforce Council that is in progress. I look to this appointment as an opportunity to serve as another link between K-12 education and the various stakeholders in the business and workforce development community, including the state legislature. I look forward to taking your questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just had a question based on what you just said. The challenge of making individual students interested in a manufacturing career. I know we have the manufacturing incentive program, among other things that you had mentioned. But how do you approach a student and make them aware of the option that there is a good paying job in the trades waiting for them, even as we struggle to fill the numerous vacancies that are coming up as workers age out, and for me, giving them the option of staying here in the state of Connecticut.
Yes, I think from our personal experience here and what we've been working on with the industry is to start exposing the kids as early as middle school to what jobs are out there, what the new technology looks like. Really still hammering home the point that manufacturing is not dirty, dark, and dangerous. And that also includes a connection to the parents, because it's the parents who, if they remember what their grandfather did, it may not be an updated model of the advanced skills that we need. Our shop here, and we always welcome people. It's tougher now in the pandemic, but we always love having tours. Looks like a laboratory. Clean floors, bright lights. That's what the customers expect. Lean manufacturing. And as the technology evolves, it gets more advanced. We need more people and smarter people. Sometimes, unfortunately, fewer people to run, automation, to run the advanced machines that we have. So it programs where, you bring in kids for summer camps, through the various schools, we can go to the schools. The more points of exposure and the different types of jobs that we can start talking to them about, hopefully can be effective in introducing them to a whole wide range of careers.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And as I said before, in the interest of time, we are going to go to my esteemed co-chair, Senator Duff, if you like to ask a few questions, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and good morning. Congratulations on your nomination. Question for you is, you spoke as a manufacturer, and obviously that may be your, one of the areas in which you concentrate on the State Board of Education. What, I guess, for us here in Connecticut, and there's, we think of manufacturing as some of the bigger shops in Connecticut, like Pratt & Whitney or Electric Boat or Sikorsky and others, but so many other manufacturing sites around our state. And I'm always so pleased and proud to visit manufacturers in where I represent in Norwalk and Darien, and there's quite a few of them here as well. As we kind of move forward, and there's always the mantra of college to career, which is very important. But how do you think it's best to be able to, when we do college and career, help students understand that career doesn't always necessarily mean sitting behind a desk all day, but you could be doing manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, jobs that pay very well, that are needed. How do we kind of get that word out? I think you touched a little bit about that on your testimony, but we need to, I think, focus on that more because it's just so critical for our state's success.
Yes, that's a very good point. One of the things that, that's weird feedback. Like I said, in the many touch points, and one of those things can be the opportunities to have internships for students, to work with the different companies to bring them in. That's a model that the technical high schools have done very well. And going back to a discussion, the discussion during Mr. Exley's questioning, it's wonderful to see that many of these technical schools have waiting lists. It's something that should be expanded and to give the different opportunities. So when students can go into a workplace and have an experience, whether they're at the end of their high school career or during their community college career or whatever type of program they're in, that the boots on the ground experience really introduces them to what they have available to them at the first level and how you can work up. In our facility, we're able to hire people, off the street without, much training and train them internally. You come in sweeping the floor, running the saw, and eventually you can work your way up to running a machine or working in quality. It's preferred that they go through training, but at some point, it's hours and exposure help open doors to people.
Right. And then lastly, I just want to ask, are you seeing manufacturing as something that is open to all of our students that, who may not always think of manufacturing as an option for them, but could be potentially a good fit? Meaning, are you seeing students come in from urban, suburban, rural districts? Is it one particular, parts of the state? Because I want to make sure, again, with manufacturing, and as you as a member of the State Board of Education, we're looking at all these education opportunities from a diversity lens. Yes,
absolutely. I think access to technical training in the different regions is really important, and it can help. As I think it's a great opportunity to promote equity and offer opportunities to students of different backgrounds. I think what is so important that even as a small state, we have regional pockets of different types of manufacturing. So what they're making near Waterbury and those programs are a little bit different than what we're doing in the Hartford County area with more of the, complex machining for the aerospace industry, which maybe is a little bit different than what's going on as the closest suppliers in Groton. And so the fact that we do have regional workforce boards and different programs throughout the state, it's important that we share best practices, but at some point they also have to be tailored to the areas that they're in to have the maximum efficiency and efficacy.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We are going to open up the floor to our members. If any members have a question, please use the raise hand feature on the Zoom link, and we will go to your question. And right out of the gate, our Vice Chair, Representative Quinn, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Prue, for your willingness to serve in this very important role. Just building off the question that I asked Mr. Exley, and based on some of your answers and your experiences, are our high schools today turning out enough qualified students to work in manufacturing industry? And if not, what more can we be doing?
I think that high school, but on its own, is becoming more difficult to be enough. It is important, though, that these high school graduates can transition into the next program, whatever it may be. We hear, the amount of remediation that has to happen at a community college level. And if you take our industry, for example, you do need to understand and have completed basic math. So if you didn't do it in high school, they're spending time doing it in the next program. And so I think that, the continued focus on the necessary skills to succeed in college and career is really important. And, the concept of the different schools and also the different multiple pathways is really important. Going back to your other questions, is that school is not a size fit all answer. And so the more opportunities we give our students to find the place where they fit and to grab onto something that they can run with and make a career and a successful life out of, that's incumbent on us to keep doing that.
Yeah, and I'm glad to hear you say that, because that's my concern, is that so many students are going through 4 years of high school and they're coming to the end and not really having any idea what they're going to do for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their life.
That's a tough situation. It's part of youth, I think, in my own personal experience, that we want to guide them, but they may end up starting something and then change paths, right? And the more access that we have to get on and off with different trainings, and hopefully help people finish the first time through is really important. And also because, our industries are changing. We're in advanced manufacturing or looking down like what artificial intelligence is going to do to us. And so it's really important to have a base set of skills that hopefully can be added on and amended as people's careers evolve. But sir, I completely understand that concern about graduates who finish high school or then even a higher institution and have no place to go. It even breaks my heart even more when I see people graduate and pay big money for post-secondary programs and don't have a place to go after.
Thank you very much for your answers, and again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Again, the request to our members, if you have any questions for Ms. Prue, please raise your hand. Any other questions? And we have Representative Yacarino. Sir, you are next, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, it's Ms. Peru,
Yes.
for stepping up. Am I on mute?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, hi. Thank you for stepping up. Is this a new position for the State Board of Ed? For
I don't know.
manufacturing?
I am replacing somebody else. I will be
Okay.
replacing somebody else. I don't know the history of when it originally was passed by state law to have this position. But I think it's a good thing. It's a good voice to have on a diverse board.
Oh, I agree 100%. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I think it's vitally important. And you had touched on something. I think we should go as far back as 8th grade to introducing different tech programs to students. I think I'm old enough to know when I was a kid that if you tinker with things, you fix things or try to build things, you at least have that aptitude to do that or want to do that or the understanding of doing that. So I think it's wonderful. I think you bring a great perspective practically and educational wise. I would hope if there's any way you hit on something, either schools or parents, many times are resistant to trades or manufacturing. And I think it's vitally important for that opportunity for our young adults to have a future. It is clean. And we in North Haven, we have Mossberg Precision Combustion. We have a number of them, and they're high paying skill set jobs that you could work your whole life there if you so choose, and making a very good living.
Absolutely. And sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. You go.
that connection with the parents is also important to have a connection to the guidance counselors in the schools and those programs.
So I'm part of the manufacturers caucus and a bipartisan group of us in Hartford. And many times we wonder why there's a gap in the messaging from the manufacturing community to the guidance. And I think it's got to go through the guidance counselors and the parents more than anything else. And it doesn't seem to ever, hopefully you could bring it across the goal line because it doesn't seem to get there.
Right. I think we've made a lot of progress.
Right.
But like you're talking, the fact that we have so much support from this legislature, from the interest from the different communities in manufacturing and technical skills is way better than we were 15, 20 years ago when it really was a push for college for all. But you're absolutely right, Representative, that it's something we need to keep bringing home and pushing to, because it's a benefit for all of our students and the state.
Well, I'm excited that you're going to take up this position. I think the governor made a good choice, and keep up the good work. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Yacarino. Any other members have any questions? Please use the raise hand feature on your Zoom link. Going once, going twice. Since there's no public testimony that was submitted and with no other questions, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as a member of the State Board of Education. And before you go, we have a question that we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that answer. And we will now move on to the third item, our third resolution. And that would be the resolution confirming Wilda Riasco of New Britain to be a member of the State Board of Education. I see you there. So we are, I see you on camera. Wilda, can you unmute yourself? Can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? Wendy, can you unmute her?
Or if she's using a laptop, she can just hold down the space bar.
There you go. Oh, wait, you had it for a second. Oh, hold on. Wait, there you
You
go.
have to keep it held.
Yeah.
Okay. I just learned something new, so I have to hold on to it. Okay.
Yes. Well, we all learned something new. Thank you, Representative Quinn. While holding the space bar down with your left hand, please raise your right hand. And do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, it's customary that when we begin these interviews, as you've seen, we allow the nominee to make your introductory statement, and then we'll open up for questions after that. So, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Gresco, Senator Looney, Representative Queen, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nomination Committee. My name is Awilda Riasco, and it's with great honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont for the appointment to the State Board of Education, and I express my sincere gratitude. I was born and raised in a countryside in San Germán, Puerto Rico. I had the honor of being raised by a single mother and 4 activist siblings. We moved to New Britain, Connecticut for a better education. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought we lost you. I'm sorry.
I attended public schools and E.C. Goodwin Technical School in New Britain. I received my bachelor's degree from Central Connecticut State University and minored in communications. I attended full-time graduate school while I was working full-time at a child guidance clinic in New Britain. I was a doctoral candidate, but I was expecting my daughter Kayla. So after I decided to devote my time for my daughter, after completing the first course in good standing, it was important to me that my daughter came first. I'm extremely proud to share that I'm a product of CCSU's Educational Opportunity Program, known as EOP, in which I've been directing for the past 20 years. I have been immersed in many educational issues related to assisting first generation and low income students aiming towards graduation. Hundreds of students have been served and achieved by my leadership and advocacy throughout my 34 years in schools and higher education. I continue to be proud of my accomplishments serving on the Connecticut, Puerto Rican, and Latino Affairs Commission, and participated on panels as ways to improve graduation and retention, mentoring, and best practices. Additionally, I have served on the CCSU's President Special Counsel on Latino Affairs. As I reflect on this nomination, I realized that I must take this role seriously, since every child, every family member, and educator must come first. My experience working with middle kids through college level students has taught me to be humble and passionate. Most importantly, never to forget where I came from and the sacrifices that my family members encounter. It's all about giving back. Therefore, I am convinced that I have prepared myself and dedicated my entire life with providing education access to a diverse population in Connecticut. And this represents another opportunity to continue doing the work that has purpose and I was called to do. I hope to bring to the board my added voice and devoted attention to addressing equity, inclusion, and respect with making Connecticut a better place. I thank Governor Lamont, each one of you, for the work you do and for taking the time to meet with me. Most importantly, your consideration in recommending my appointment to the Connecticut State Board of Education. I'm open to answer questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Awilda. And I guess I'll start the questions, and based on what you said and your unique experience, and then based on the answers from our previous nominee, do you see the possibility of based on your work that you've done over the past 20 years and to highlight our vocational and or manufacturing opportunities here in the state of Connecticut as have you done that, and will you be able to do that going forward? Because I just think that in the interest of getting the word out to everyone, it would be a good move for the state of Connecticut. Uh-oh. I don't hear her. Does everybody else not hear her? No.
And maybe if she tries the space
Is this
bar again.
better? Is this better?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, all right. I started to say that I was a product of a graduate of EC Goodwin Tech here in New Britain on Slater Road, and the opportunities that the students had in the shop area, the 2 weeks of shop and the 2 weeks of classes, provided the opportunity for us to go out and do kind of field work. And I think our students today need hands-on. They really need the opportunity for high impact practices in order to understand what it is to be out there and working out in the manufacturing. So absolutely, I'm for it, being a product of technical schools.
Thank you, Alyssa. We're going to go now to my Senate co-chair, Senator Duff. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Ms. Riasco. Good to see you. This is a reappointment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I know we've had the opportunity to ask you questions before. I know you've done a great job. I know your daughter, Kayla, and she says hi. We were just texting back and forth. So we're glad that you're being reappointed as well. I guess I would just ask kind of what I asked before, and I think your experience is important. From a standpoint of what we've seen with COVID and the inequities in some of our districts, how do you feel the State Board of Education plays a role in trying to mitigate some of those the inequities that we see, and especially as we move forward in trying to address some of those, some of which have always been there, others have been more exacerbated because of the fact that kids are home and not in school?
Oh yes. Wow, it's a crisis for our communities and our schools, because the first thing that comes into my mind is the population of students who are underrepresented, a vulnerable population, who are now not having the access to technology. I speak to students who say to me, my family is suffering from COVID and I can't attend classes, or I have to take some time away from my school. And the whole attendance is an issue. I really think that that we have to really look at this as a priority, so that we can try to get our kids back to school. It continues to be personally and professionally a concern of mine, where students are missing out in terms of their academics, their social skills, social, emotional. And so therefore it just breaks my heart to have to meet kids that I talk to every day, whether it's middle, high school, or college, and they're saying that this pandemic has prevented them from pursuing what they want to achieve, and that is their education.
Good, thank you. And I think that's very important. So I would just say that that right now it's just extremely important for the state board, especially as we have either an interim commissioner or a new commissioner, that the State Board of Ed really works towards these issues and addressing these on a statewide basis. It's I think with local boards of ed obviously going to do what they can, the legislature is going to do what they can, but there's a role for the State Board of Education as well, and I think you're well positioned to help address that. And I appreciate your work on the Board of Ed. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions and comments I have.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other members that would like to ask a question? I think Senator Kushner, you had a request to ask a question. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. And this is more of a comment than a question. I too know your daughter, Kayla, and I'm sure you are as proud of her as she is of you. And she does an amazing work. And I have to say, I am really looking forward to working with you. If you're confirmed, I know that in my area, in Danbury, and certainly in Bethel as well, we have many English language learners. And I think your experience as coming to this country, learning English, could be incredibly helpful. So I look forward to meeting with you and discussing the challenges we face and the opportunities to do better.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments about the English language, because one of the things is that we've turned around into a society where language is not becoming important. And it is, in addition to being bilingual, being bicultural brings in so much asset to this world. I've had the opportunity of taking students to China, and they've had a chance to see what it is to be in another country and learn another language, and vice versa. So I really think that in this world, we can learn from each other and embrace the differences and cultures that we all bring along with us.
I so agree with you. I think it makes us a richer community when we have that diversity of cultural experiences. It also brings to mind a question I do have for you, because recently I had had opportunity to learn a little bit about dual language schools. And I found that really something that we should strive for, in my opinion, and I'd like to know your opinion, because I know as a parent in a world where so many people speak Spanish, I would have loved my children to be in a program, a dual language school, where they would learn Spanish at the same time the English language learners were learning English. And I wondered if you had any experience or anything you could inform us about that.
Sure. The reality is that the Latino population and the Latinx population continues to increase. So therefore, within the Spanish culture, that's language. It's not going to disappear. So therefore, I live in a neighborhood where little kids who are non-Latinos speak Spanish to me, and they want to practice with me. I think we need to move back into the middle schools where they had, even at elementary levels, we had the dual enrollment programs. And I know that some of the programs were dismantled, but I find it that we need to go back and put those programs in, and not only Spanish, but other languages, because I live in a town where there's a lot of Polish speaking, and I've learned the basics with my peers in school and with some of the neighborhoods that I grew up into. So I really go back to embracing cultures, and languages are so important as children begin to develop, so that they can become an asset to the workforce.
Absolutely. And also I want to let you know, I've been to San Germán. I had an office there when I represented workers in that area, and it's a beautiful place to come from. So thank you, and good luck on your confirmation.
I do agree. My town is beautiful. It's very colonial, if you remember, like being in Spain. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next with questions is Senator Formica. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Thank you very much for your comments this morning, ma'am. And I just want to make a comment that echoes, I think, the importance of the comment you made. It's time to get children back working with their hands. It's time to get apprenticeships going. It's time to get trades going. It's time to get all of that pushed to the forefront. And I'm very pleased to hear that you're going to have a voice on the board, and I hope you really push that, because I think that's something that I'm old enough to remember having wood shop and auto shop and things in high school, and we got away from it because of insurance, and maybe pushing people just to college prep, but not everybody is college prep. And we need trades now more than ever. And I was really glad to hear you say that. And I just wanted to thank you for your service and wish you luck as you move that forward. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know, one of the pieces that I wanted to add is that when I came to from Puerto Rico here, I worked in a factory called Acme Monaco here in New Britain, and my whole family worked there. And that whole rich experience about learning the importance of working in a manufacturer convinced me that I needed a college degree. But then I also left friends behind that said, you know, this is where I want to stay because I want to build and grow. And they became owners. They became business owners. They worked, you know, their positions grew within the manufacturing. So like you said, one size doesn't fit all. I do agree. I've seen it.
Yeah, good. Well, I very much appreciate that perspective, and I wish you luck. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Senator. Any other members have a question for Wilda? Please raise your hand. Use the Zoom feature. Okay, seeing none. And the fact that we don't have any public testimony on this, I'd like to congratulate you on your reappointment as a member of the State Board of Education. But before you go, there's the question we ask every nominee, and that is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
Absolutely not. No.
Well, that's great to hear, and thank you for participating, and thank you all to all of the nominees for your willingness to appear in front of us today, and for your patience. And I do believe that concludes our public hearing. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and seconded by Representative Kennedy. And I think that all in favor, we should just raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So we are adjourned of the public hearing, and I'm just going to pause for a moment to let Wendy, our committee clerk, gather herself before we go to the meeting, and just for a couple seconds.
Sorry if everybody heard my dog bark. Our oil just got delivered. Okay, okay, I think I am prepared.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna bang the gavel again, and I'm calling into order the February 4th, 2021 meeting of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee to order. Any remarks by my esteemed co-chair?
No, thanks. I think we're good. Let's
Okay,
move on.
There we go. We're moving on. Item number 3, the resolutions for review. Our first one, I would like to make a motion to approve the nomination of Elwood Exley of West Hartford to be a member of the State Board of Education for a term ending March 2024. And I would entertain a second.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Godfrey. And as our new Zoom world is dictating to us, we're going to do this by a roll call vote, just to make sure that we are all registered properly. So again, as a reminder, when the clerk calls your name, please have your camera on and indicate your name and your vote. So Wendy, when you're ready.
I just want to make, Mr. Chairman, if I just make people aware, these are House resolutions, but they're joint. So senators need to vote as well.
Thank you.
Duly noted.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Gresco votes yes.
Senator Mooney. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative
Kelly votes
Kennedy.
yes.
Oh, sorry about that, sir. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey, aye. Godfrey
You're not-
votes yes.
Oh, there you go.
There I am.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore. Representative Perillo. Representative Yacarino. Representative Vargas. Senator Summers. That's the roll.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Wendy. The second item, the resolution confirming Martha Baluch-Prue of Bloomfield to be a member of the State Board of Education. I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by
Second.
Representative Kennedy. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Duff. And again, Wendy, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Gresco votes yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly.
Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey, yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore. Representative Perillo. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yakarino, yes. Wendy, did you get me yes last time? Because I think I was on mute. Did last,
I did not, but I'll get it afterward.
I was a yes. All right. I just realized I was on mute.
Okay. Representative Vargas. And Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
That's the roll, sir.
Thank you, Wendy. And now we'll go to our final resolution. Item number 4, the resolution reconfirming Awilda Riasco of New Britain to be a member of the State Board of Education. I will entertain a motion to that end.
So moved. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner makes the motion. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Quinn. And Wendy, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
I didn't get you on camera, so would you please say it
I'm right
again?
here.
Yeah. Must have wiggled and made their microphone work.
I said Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Gresco votes yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly,
Kelly votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes, sorry.
Senator Moore, Representative Perillo, Representative Yacarino,
Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas, Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
That's the roll.
Thank you, Wendy. As a reminder, the votes will be held open on this Zoom link until at the latest at the 4 this afternoon. We had quite a few members having other commitments on other committees and the like. So we will hold the vote open to at the latest 4 o'clock. But as a courtesy to our clerk, please, if you can get the word out to some of your colleagues to vote as soon as possible, or text her when they are going to join the Zoom link, so the vote can be recorded properly. And then item number 5, our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 9th, when we will entertain 4 more nominees to the State Board of Education. So that being said, the committee will be in recess till at the latest 4 o'clock. And then subsequently after that, it will be adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and your participation today.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful experience to hear all those positive votes. I appreciate it.
Well, it's better if it's in person, but we're working on it.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, I too thank you. Gracias.
Pleasure
Have
to
a good
be here.
day. Mhm.
Gracias. Wendy, should I hold on?
Oh, yes, I can take your vote now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs and Wendy and committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Thank you, Wendy.
Bye-bye.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
I'll be here.
Have fun, Wendy.
Thanks.
So, Wendy,
Yeah.
who do you have House Democrats that you need to vote besides D'Agostino?
Vargas.
I think he's on. I see him.
Oh, there he is.
Let me check. I'll start with Vargas and try to get him to.
You know what happened? Here's why I can't unmute people. Because I had a co-host and she left. That's what happened. So I was unable to unmute anybody. When she left, I lost that ability. So I can ask him. I'll have to remember that. Does he know he's muted?
I
Or
just
is he
noticed
just
him.
sitting there on? You can just turn your camera off, and I'll just sit with my camera off, and if somebody tells me otherwise, we'll just.
All right. And who else on the Republican side besides Perillo? We're missing in House members.
No one.
Just Perillo. Okay.
I'm going to
Thank you.
mute myself, and we can text if we need to regarding members.
Wendy?
Yes.
Oh, it's Dave.
Hi.
Am I all set?
You are all set.
So I'm attendance okay. My votes are okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything you do.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Wendy, are you there? Hello, Wendy. Can you listen to me, Wendy?
Vargas?
This is Ed Vargas here.
Oh my goodness, where are you?
I'm in the doctor's office. I had a pulmonary embolism, so they just released me from the hospital.
Are you okay?
They're doing a follow-up on me, so I was trying to monitor the meeting. I got there late because I didn't see it on my calendar, so, but I did monitor part of the meeting.
Okay.
Anyway, I just called in to vote.
Okay. Elwood Exley for Board of Ed.
Yes. I vote yes.
Okay. Martha Prow, Board of Ed.
Yes.
Awilda Briasco, Board of Ed.
Yes.
Okay. All set. And I hope you're doing all right.
All right. Well, you know, I'm trying to. They're running checks on me now. They don't know exactly what caused the embolism. I had a big one in my right lung, a little one on my left lung. And how are you doing, Wendy?
I'm doing all right. Hanging in there.
Just keep cool. You know, I know it's so tough during this COVID time for all of us. You know.
Yeah. Well, let us know how you're doing.
Yeah, they think it might. They think it might even be related to COVID. That I might have had one of those asymptomatic COVIDs.
Oh, yeah.
And that it might be the embolism might be related to that because they've seen those things in people that have had COVID. So,
oh boy.
Or it could just be sitting down with all these Zoom meetings at home and not getting
yeah.
enough walking time, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So who knows what it is, but hopefully they'll find out and I'll be better. But, you know, for the time being, I'm trying to do the best I can, you know?
What else can you do?
All right. Well, good talking to you, Wendy.
You too. Send Sylvia a hello for me.
I will certainly give her your regards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Senator.
Hey, I was just going to text you. Sorry. Can I vote?
You can. We
Okay,
have Elwood Exley for State Board of Ed.
Senator Hartley, yes.
Martha Prow, Board of Ed.
Senator Hartley, yes.
And Awilda Riasco, Board of Ed.
Senator Hartley, yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hey, Wendy, thanks for your great work and thanks for helping out Ginger and everybody else who's calling on you.
Oh gosh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
Okay, and I want you to know, I just got to jump on screening. I still have your little note about Jack and my daughter. Every time she comes home, she says, "This lady Wendy is great." I said, "She is."
Thank you so much.
Okay, be well.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Wendy, you there, Wendy?
Sorry about that. Hello, it worked.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, I'm glad it worked.
Okay.
So the nominees are all for State Board of Education. And they are, oh, sorry, go ahead.
They're all State Board of Education.
Yeah.
Are there 3 individuals?
3.
Okay.
Elwood Exley of West Hartford.
Yes.
Martha Prow of Bloomfield.
Yes.
And Awilda Riasco of New Britain.
Yes.
And that's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
And
Thank you.
I will add this to every invitation.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
That makes it a lot easier for me. Thank you.
No problem. I'll make sure that I do that. I'll put your other one as well, just in case.
All right.
Okay,
So
great.
Dorothy will put it on the calendar on the other one, and then I'll just have it to log in. Okay.
Yep, that sounds great.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wendy, can you hear me? Wendy?
Hi, Representative.
There you go.
Sorry
What do
about
you
that.
got?
I just saw my screen change. We have 3 nominees for State Board of Education. Elwood Exley from West Hartford,
D'Agostino votes yes.
Martha Prow from Bloomfield,
D'Agostino votes yes.
Awilda Riasco from New Britain.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Take care.
Hi, Wendy.
Got issues. We had these issues.
Hi, Rep Pearl.
Hi, how are you, Wendy?
Fine, thanks. I was on a FaceTime with work on myself over there. So excuse me just one moment. I'll get my
Sure.
account. Okay, they are all House joint nominations and all for State Board of Education.
Mhm.
So we have Elwood Exley from West Hartford,
Yep, Perillo is yes.
Martha Proud, Bloomfield,
Perillo is yes.
thank you, and Awilda Riasco from New Britain.
Perillo is yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think I sent you 3.
Hi, Ellen. Hi, Marty.
Hi,
Good. Okay.
I'm trying to get him in to vote. Hi.
Okay, we're all set to vote. You're on.
All right. Can I call you back in a few minutes? I'm about to vote in exec noms. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Right. Bye. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Marty. So
How you doing?
you're in the Zoom meeting right now.
Oh, okay. Good.
It's been rolling on nothing for a while. So I'm just going to take your votes quick.
Okay.
These are
So
all
these were
House joint,
joint. Okay.
and they are for State Board of Education.
All right. Very good.
First one is Elwood Exley of West Hartford.
Yes.
Second is Martha Prow of Bloomfield.
Yes.
And the last one is Awilda Riasco of New Britain.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That
Okay.
everybody.
That's it. We're all done. Okay.
We're all
Very good.
finished. Thank you so much.
Okay, Wendy. Thanks. All righty. Bye now. Bye.